What a fine poetic name for something as rotten and twisted as our land has become. It was not always so. Long ago, the old empire, the noblest and most enduring society created by humankind, spanned almost the entire continent of Zerine, the cradle of man. But after several millennia of progress and incomparable achievements, inevitably, the empire began to fall into stagnation and decadence. Desperately holding on to their privileges and resisting change while trying to avert the collapse of the realm, the emperor and his theocracy took to measures that were worthy of true despots in cruelty. Subjugating weaker realms, enslaving whole nations, strip mining foreign resources, oppressing imperial citizens, war on several fronts, genocide. Eventually, the gods could no longer tolerate such horrors wrought in their name. Foretold by an abundance of divine omens, they descended upon the empire to right its wrongs. Thus, in a chain of dreadful events that became known as the Calamity, they annihilated the empire in a matter of days. The gods then finally saw what they had done in their anger and confusion. It is said that so much grief and shame filled them that they were broken and they left this reality, never to return. The continent and its inhabitants seemed dead, but at length survivors began to crawl out of their hiding holes and faced a land that no longer welcomed them. Arcane anomalies, the fallout of the Calamity, now riddled the continent, and people realized that they had to share their new home with changed and twisted creatures. Terrible beings entered through the cracks in the tapestry of reality and rose to rule over the natives. In time, these new powers rebuilt the fallen empire in their own image, and the Riven Realms, now godless and vengeful, reincarnated from the ashes. The inhabitants of the land, such as I, now eke out a living under the crushing rule of the new empire. The continent itself constantly resists our every attempt at building a cozy home for ourselves. As travel is dangerous, many ventures specialize in transferring cargo and passengers over bleak and deadly leagues of land. Others try to take everything of value from said travelers, or attempt to find buried treasures among the ruins of the old empire. The leaders of the endeavors are, some say, the bravest men and women of the Riven Realms. Such a leader is called a Vagrus.
This thing can't decide which screen to open. Alrighty. Vagrus. The Riven Realms. Wheresoever we left off, I'm not sure. Somewhere. We are here. We have a bunch of pots. Right, we need to go and finish Nadir's quest. So we have pots. And we need marble. So we need to go to Arkan. I took a quest for Arkan. Fend near Arkan. Near Ventulium. That's pretty near Arkan. We could definitely do this one. No. Here. But I don't actually need this anymore. Right? I have the spectral dust. So we don't actually need to keep spamming the church. We could start working on carpenters and smugglers in House Venari. House Darius. Here we have one encounter. Sure. Now, why did I do that? Yes, because they're going to fucking die. That's why. Let's get some slaves too. Walk around the lakes. We don't want damp smoke. Oh yeah, visit public library. The buildings occupied by the Imperial Public Library take up 2 blocks on the western side of the district. The once pristine but now cracked and dirty marble main building has got to be among the greatest achievements in Imperial architecture. The amount of detail is simply amazing. Yet the sorry state of the stone is said to reflect that of the library itself, neglected by both Imperial officials and common people who it was meant to educate and inform. It slowly regresses and decays into obscurity. A sign is attached to the gigantic double doors that would lead into the main hall of the library, saying temporarily closed. Nothing to be done, it seems. Enter anyway and look for Tertius Hardra. You press the right side of the double door gently, but it will not budge. The left one does. You have to put your weight behind it, but you eventually push it open, enough so that you can squeeze in. Finding yourself in a great dark hall, you light a lantern and wander about, with only echoes as your company. You judged well from the outside. The public library is gigantic, with many wings, several landings with great staircases leading up to them, and vestibules from which chambers and reading rooms open at regular intervals. Peeking inside some of these, you are surprised to see that most shelves are empty. A sad veneer of dust has settled on most surfaces, in the chill darkness of the library's interior. Suddenly, there is a loud thud that echoes all over the building. Gods below, even though the swearing was not loud, the empty marble halls enhance it so that it is crystal clear. You call out if anyone is there. At first, there is silence, followed by some shuffling coming from a landing above you. Then a lean woman appears on a balcony overlooking the vestibule, holding a candle. "I am here." "I am here," she announces. "Who might you be? This place is closed. Can't you read?" You tell her that you were sent by Xandros, and that you brought something. Have you now? She intones curiously. All right, come up here so we can talk properly. This shouting is killing me. With that, she beckons and enters a corridor. You hurry up the stairs, follow her along the corridor, and stumble into a cramped office lit by candles and crystal lamps. In here, yes. The small room has books all over it, on floor-to-ceiling shelves, in piles on the ground, in display cabinets, even stacked into pillars. The single window's shutters are closed. Tertius are... Holy shit. Tertia Satra now stands in front of her desk and gives you a good look. Then, clearing her throat, she holds out her hand with a pleasant smile. You hand her the volume of Custodis. While she is leafing through it, you observe the woman. Slender and athletic of build, Tertia Satra seems to be in her late 30s. Her jet-black hair, tanned skin, and sharp features indicate a Tarkian heritage, even if only partially. She is dressed in a blue-white tunic and a shin-length skirt. Her jewelry is bronze but well made. There is nervous energy about her that is hard to describe. You are janked out of your inspection by her shutting the book. Narrowing her eyes, she suddenly becomes quite serious. So why are you really here? And you begin your account of how you got here, how you see your travels as a quest for knowledge, and of your interest in the secrets of the world. Well, it is one thing to seek knowledge, and another to be willing to preserve it for posterity, Tertius says after you finish your story. When you agree with the sentiment, she goes on. I believe Xandros told you that I'd be interested in that. He's right. I have been working on something. Let's say an enterprise, one that'll ensure the uncensored knowledge survives into another age. A better age. The thing is, I need others to finish the work. Specifically, someone who gets around. Someone like you, Vagrus. The book has a hidden message. Xandros recommends you. But would you be truly interested in working together? I don't know. I have no idea what the fuck this is. Tell her that you would. Tertia claps her hands. The sound echoes along the empty corridors of the library. Exciting, isn't it? She chuckles and sits down behind her desk, but only after kicking some books off a chair that she indicates to you. While you make yourself comfortable, she is searching the tabletop frantically, eventually finding a faded drawing with a glorious exclamation. What do you think? She asks you excitedly, as she hands you the drawing. It looks like a contraption of sorts, a hexagonal frame, with what looks like carved rune crystals placed all over its odd form. Even with everything you have seen during your travels, you have a hard time figuring out what this construction is for, or what this construct is for. A thaumaturgical way of recording knowledge, memories, even sensations. Tertia says as if reading your mind. A crystalmancer is capable of imbuing the right kind of crystal with this capability, but these days even the best of them tend to be able to record only fragments. However, the ancient ones are said to have been capable of making imprints of entire minds. Imagine the potential of such a device. You ask her where she found the drawing. Oh, no, you misunderstand. She takes it and puts it away. These are plans for such a device, laid out by another of my fellow seekers. It's a work in progress, though. And quite frankly, we've hit a wall recently. I am told that we need pristine memory crystals to be able to complete the device, because unfortunately my ally hasn't got the skill to craft them. Or well, it would take decades. So I was about to give up, but then I found this. Tertia rummages through a pile of books, finds what she is looking for, and puts it in front of you. On the cover is a white tower, much like a spike. A sunken tower, she whispers. The sunken tower? That's the colloquial term for the Tower of Acarius, Tertia says, handing you the book, which appears to be a travelogue. She has bookmarked several sections in which the sunken tower is described in some detail, even though the author has only briefly glimpsed it during his journeys of the West. It used to be a magnificent place. The librarian gazes at a map dreamily. A center of knowledge and learning where the elder races taught us, humans, but allegedly they also... This comma should be here. A center of knowledge and learning where the elder races taught us humans, but allegedly they also took lessons themselves. um, they also took lessons themselves. Imagine such a place. Mages, priests, scholars, and artists all living together in harmony. Unthinkable in our times. You ask her what happened to the tower, and you get the answer you have been expecting. The calamity happened to it. It's mostly buried now. Haunted, if one believes the tales. What's intriguing for us, however, is that nobody has explored its halls since. At least, no records of such a venture exist here. And if it's not here, it doesn't exist. You assume that she wants to break into the tower and glimpse into its secrets. That's where you come in, Tertia says, pointing at you for emphasis. One of the tower's wonders was their crystalmancers. I'm sure that they have left some pristine crystals behind, just like the ones we need. Additionally, the potential to recover forgotten knowledge from the ruins is very promising. So first you should explore it to see if its resources can be tapped. Unfortunately, the sunken tower is in the worst stretch of Arena's Vorax, and allegedly only the Sadirar can get to it safely. If you were to convince their council of shamans at Sadirar village, you could be the first one to take a good look at what's inside. There is a brief pause as Tertia eyes you with a smile. There's no rush, but I'm eager to hear from you should you succeed. Alright. Ask her about Sandros. You ask Tertia how she knows. You ask Tertia how he... That's not a he. You ask Tertia how she knows the Demonkin bookstore keeper. Not a Demonkin, she corrects you kindly. A demon. Well, at least half demon. That's my theory, at least, based on everything I know about him. We first met, I don't know, 15 years ago at least. I was traveling in the northernmost provinces, a journeyman years. A journeyman years. No, I was traveling in the northernmost provinces. Journeyman years, you understand? Most spend it up in the town down the road, but I wanted to see what's out there. Anyway, I found this shop, the one that's in Larnak now. It keeps popping up in places, and it's tied to Xandros in some way. Did a little research later, you know. He's been called many things in the last centuries in the faraway settlements he had visited. The Shadow of Knowledge, the Keeper of Secrets, Soul Reader. There's no point in talking to him about it, of course. He'll just deny everything. But whatever his true nature is, he's dedicated to the search for knowledge and secrets. That is why he keeps helping me in my venture. Ask why the library is essentially empty. A sad state of affairs, am I right? The librarian's smile is bitter, her scowl quite pronounced. You can easily guess what happened. Religious fanatics. Listen, I try to keep an open mind about everyone and everything. That's what true seekers should do. At least that's how I see it. But the Sergorodite crazies have been circling me for some time now, looking for an excuse to do me harm. Why? They find knowledge harmful, and by extension anyone who wishes to preserve said knowledge too. Of course, not all knowledge, but they wish to censor everything, not to their liking in the Empire. The followers of a god of vengeance, no less. I'd be a joke if I wasn't dead serious. People get executed for preaching certain ideas, see? And after a while, the confiscation got out of hand. You can see the results. I feel like, as far as I know, this is a DLC. So far, the writing is full of mistakes. You stumble across something in like every single page here. You express your doubts that the church ordered the emptying of the public library because of her. Oh no, I didn't mean it like that. I'm merely last in a line of librarians, who watch helplessly as this grand institution is being reduced to an empty tomb. The meticulous confiscation of volume after volume started long before I got the job of head librarian here. Honestly, the Sergorodites began to wage war on knowledge about 200 years ago. You can read about this. Well, you could, had they not removed all the books on it. Ask her about the device that she has been working on. I should name it already. Tertia rubs her chin thoughtfully. It makes it easier to talk about it. For now, it's in the planning phase, except for the frame, as that's been taken care of by my Crystalmancer ally. Wasn't exactly cheap, just so you know, but I suppose that's what all good causes are like, eh? She produces the drawing of the hexagonal device embedded with glyphs and cut crystals. The frame will hold the crystalline nexus together. It is enchanted so that the memories in each crystal node can be experienced without being compartmentalized. You can just enter the nexus and leap from memory to memory. It's all very intricate, like a mind, really, except it's not conscious, if we manage to put it together, that is. You ask Tertia how the memories will be recorded. She nods and she replies, well, when we have enough pristine crystals, we can record a lot of knowledge using crystalmancy right from our minds. Entire books, personal experiences, you name it. Then these can be accessed by anyone who interacts with the device later. It sounds intriguing for certain. Ask her how to get to the sunken tower. Only the Sadirar can take you to the tower, as it sits right in the middle of Arenas Vorax, famous for devouring travelers all the time. Tertia sighs. And the Sadirar will only give you desert guides if you can convince their shamans in the fabled Spirit Hall at the foot of the Mountain of Kor. And so I suggest traveling to the Sadirar villages and finding out what they want, what they need. Go along with whatever they want. Let's see if that convinces their overtribe. Then seek out the village of Sadirar and see if they let you talk to the Council of Shamans. That makes a lot of sense. Alright. Still have 5 poisons. Or antidotes, rather. Alright, we took care of that. Well, actually, present outlaw trophies. I have 1. Cool. Outlaws are hiding out. Oh no, these are all bounties. Nah. In the back room of a dingy drinking hole, a mangy-looking dwarf is selling some treasure he's bought back in the Molten Kingdom. You have learned from him. You have learned of him through one of your scouts, who in turn heard of him from a traveler out of the western regions. The dwarf plans on going back to the fallen kingdoms of his ancestors in a few days, and so he is eager to sell his stock by then. Quite frankly, he looks drunk and half mad, but that does not mean his wares are not valuable. Anything you fancy? The dwarf inquires as you look over his stuff, laid out on a grimy tabletop. He stifles a burp, then adjusts his strange headgear made of bronze, complete with an adjustable jeweler's monocle and strange embedded crystals. Ask him about dwarves. I haven't heard much, except he fights a hiccup and loses. Kragad is dead. Tried to make it to Dum Ashkalar from the northeast over Norgadar. Damn near got there, but then part of the Vardakar bridge. Bartno Varkadur bridge collapsed under him. His 2 sons and older cousins were with him, all gone now. The dwarf strokes his bushy, dirty beard with oil-covered fingers. So that does it. No more attempts through Norgadar anytime soon. He sighs and waves at you feebly. Name's Torin, by the way. Are ya interested in anything from me wares, perhaps? Ask him about the Molten Kingdom. 3 insight? All gone to shit. Quakes break the earth as far down as Quathos. Fire rivers move about as through hunting scavengers. Fire rivers move about as though hunting scavengers, I tell ya. Halls are still fine round scrap heap, but one has to go into the kingdom further and further to get anything of value. I barely got out with me skin, no I. Good old Vendar Thar was trying to keep me there, haha. He rubs his red nose with the back of his oil-smeared hand. So, what'll it be, huh? You're not here for talking. Buy something. Compass! Rune? I already have a rune, but the rune is pretty good. 25 res. 3 dwarven gadgets. Try to use magic to learn more about the items. Neither the compass nor the gadgets exude any kind of magical aura, but the rune is without doubt genuinely arcane. The rune on it is dwarven, probably removed from some kind of warding stone. The holder of the rune would most probably benefit greatly from the abjuring qualities of the symbol. As for the lamp, its magic is fairly simple, yet works to great effect. Try to use science. A quick look at the compass tells you that it is in prime condition and works perfectly. The gadgets are little more than odd items with mechanical parts, but because they are rare and intriguing, they might be worth a bunch of coins. The lamp has mechanical components, shutters to block its light, yet the nature of its light source is far beyond the scope of science and engineering. As for the rune, it looks nothing more than a broken piece of rock with a carved symbol on it. 3 dwarven gadgets. Alright, that's all. Okay. Compass. +1 max movement. That item is OP. Demon Bone Vam Braces. It's just worse than the rune. The rune is OP. But I also don't know if I really want to put it on anyone. Like 2 Vit or 25 all res. Because I feel like res isn't really like that good. But sure, I suppose. This gives Herblore. Yeah. Alright, it's time to head out. What was that, like 3 days? It was 45, right? Yeah, and slime grass though. Hmm. We'll do that. Then we'll go do the fighting mission. Then we go and deliver the marble and the thing. Unless I should go all the way up to Devon. Sure. As you stroll along the streets, the air becomes even hotter than average. And usually still, the wind dies. This should be suspicious by itself, but then you look around and realize that people are rushing into buildings. Awnings are being taken down, while window panes and doors are being shut. This doesn't bode well. Finally, you look up and see that the horizon to the east has turned into a dark red haze. A dust storm is upon Arkan. It takes only a few seconds, and suddenly the wind howls with all its strength again, and a fierce torrent of sand wipes over the streets, obstructing both sight and movement. You must find shelter as quickly as possible. From behind the crimson curtain, a dark shape emerges, waving towards you. "Here, you fool! Quickly follow me!" I'm gonna try to make it on my own. You're not exactly sure but you manage to find an archway and stumble into a nearby inner yard, with a roof before the dust storm gets really fierce. You're not the only one. Workers, slaves, soldiers, and other citizens have sought shelter here. Together you wait for the storm to pass, exchanging stories and tales of old. You hear a lot about Arkan itself, too, which might come in handy in the future. After a while, it's safe to go outside again. Yeah, because the other one, I already did that one. Then you get robbed. But, yeah, let's head out. Hello, Despis. Should I buy Road Warden? I thought it was okay. I stopped playing it, but, you know. I just got it. There was literally just one reason why. And, yeah, you'll just have to decide yourself. But I stopped playing because I was talking to one of the guards of like the first town you get to, and then he started talking about his husband, and I was like, I can't deal with this shit, and then I just turned it off. So that's why but I was kind of enjoying it up till that point. Oh, we actually found the undead. I can't handle if it's woke forced includation. I mean, that's the thing. It always is. Like, that's why I don't want to have it in anything I really consume, because it's been completely poisoned to the point where you literally can't have it anymore because it just is that, like, by default. So like when I see it, I just get tired and I'm like, man, I don't know. So that's why I stopped playing it, and that was the only reason I stopped playing it. But otherwise, like I said, I was kind of enjoying it. I don't really remember much about it though, so I can't really say more than that. It was a while ago. But I do like those kind of games, so. Hello, Holtzy. Didn't have to be this way. Yeah, I know, right? Undead. I don't have to shift them over to horses, it doesn't matter. Skirmish. Scout combat strength. Chase minus grit. I don't really understand what any of those things do. Grit. Heal. And we finished that. Is there a moral system in this game? Not exactly. Your party members have opinions. So if you do something immoral, like executing prisoners after combat and stuff like that, it depends on what their moral compass is, what they think of your actions. But that's it. So for example, all of my guys so far hate when you're being a nice person. So every single time you like execute people or take people slaves, they become happy. So morale. Yeah, there is. But I don't know exactly how it works. There is morale, right? But this is for my commentators. This is my like commentators morale. But I don't know about in or like in crew combat. If there's like a fleeing thing where you know break, but enemies do. And I think that might be the grit thing that eventually they start fleeing and then you can just pursue them and cut them down, right? But I don't think there's like necessarily a morale system for us in that sense. Liberated the tribe. Alright. Enemies have to take a grit test and they will flee. Okay, so that is what grit is. It's morale. I guess they didn't want to call it morale because it might be confusing with, you know, the morale that I have, which makes sense. $30 slaves? Do we want to take 30 slaves? I think that would be a bad idea. We're quite far from Devon. Here you can see. Deal with the slaves. Conscript as workers. We lose morale and obedience. And counts as liberating them, altruistic. So you can play kind of like a... I don't know. You can play a slaver, you can play an abolitionist, I think. More or less, that you don't have slaves and you like go about liberating slaves and stuff. I don't know if there are any like abolitionist storylines. I think there might be, but I'm not sure. Because I think there is an abolitionist faction in the game. I don't know if you can actually like interact with them or anything. It's one of those things that's like, it's cool. The idea of it is cool, but I don't know if it exists in the game, like actually. Plus 30 slaves, dude. Jesus Christ, they had a lot of shit. We can't post guards now. Because we have too many slaves. And if you're playing a slaver, you basically have to have like tons and tons of soldiers. Because not being able to post extra guards basically destroys having slaves. Like it's really bad. Thinking of buying Star Trader and Starcom? I think I might have played Starcom. I'm not sure. Have I played this game? No. I've looked at this game. No, I haven't played this. Star Trader, this one? Frontiers? No, I haven't played this. I was gonna try Space Haven again, but... because I think they're about to release their game, but... I think this game is never gonna be, like, amazing. It's just gonna be, like... this game, it feels more like Theme Hospital or, like, something where you just kind of build... you build your ship, but it has other aspects where you can, like, board other people's ships and attack them. It's got, like, XCOM-like combat, but it hasn't been, like, super interesting. It's kind of like... you know how some games that are supposed to be like Sims, but in reality, you like there's like 3 tiers of buildings, and when you like built all 3 tiers of buildings, there's nothing else to do in the entire game. And this game kind of works like that. You like research like technology, you get like your hospital bed or whatever, and like there's some station, and then when you've built the stations, the game's kind of over. And then you'd have like very little else to do. But I don't know if they've improved anything. It's a bit of a mix between a colony sim, like RimWorld or something, and XCOM in space. And it's in the early access though, but it should be releasing soon. But I haven't played it in a while. I kind of enjoyed playing it a bit when it like back in the day, but I haven't really checked it out more. Are we waiting for more guys? Yeah, we're waiting to see if anyone's gonna attack us. I'm distressed. More fighting. I want a game that's like this, but with more gameplay. Yeah, makes sense. I want that too. I always start out liking those games, but the lack of an actual ending always bothers me. For me, it's that it doesn't like I don't want them to end. That's my issue. Like, I play RimWorld, and the game is like, oh, the game is actually about getting off the planet, and I'm like, I don't want that. But it's better that it has an ending than it just being like it doesn't have anything, right? Because that's my issue. I want it to be a sim that's just about like your colony existing in a world, and it not being about like winning more than it is like dealing with things that happen. That's why I like Dwarf Fortress. Like, I lean a lot towards Dwarf Fortress, but I hate playing the game because it's not good. But and that's my issue when you're playing a game like that and it's just like about a linear like tech tree progression up to like a certain like tech level, and then the game just kind of ends there. That's just not good. Right? Like, then it's better to have some kind of ending or a win condition or something. Like, not only text, but I want some movement. Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. Unfortunately, this is a genre that barely exists at all. Unfortunately. You know, it's like Mountain Blade or something. And Mountain Blade is like playing... Mountain Blade, honestly, it's one of those games I genuinely do not understand how it's been successful. Because to me, playing Mountain Blade feels like playing the beta version of like a mod. It feels so bad to play, but that's pretty much it, right? Like, I haven't played Bannerlord in ages, but I doubt it's improved at all. Every time I've come back to it after a major patch, there's been literally no difference whatsoever. There's still like one quest in each town, and it's just a fetch quest. All right, we did it. Now we just need to manage to get home somehow. Now, what do we have here? Stuff. Bronze is better than obsidian blades. Timber, we have a full timber stack. I think that's gonna have to be it, unless we get rid of the bones. Something, but everything is like not really worth much either. I think timber is probably worth more than... Don't like obsidian blades. Let's get timber instead of obsidian blades. And in that case, I think we'll have to do that. Right. Finished 2 quests there. Now we just need to get back. My slaves are submissive. Oof. This is bad. I I cannot place guards. We're gonna lose vigor. Maybe I should just go to Salem. I think I have to go to Salem. Fucking voices. No, no, no. You can't do that to me. See, it costs 1 vigor every day. These guys are defiant. Which is not good. We'll have to free like 3 slaves. I'm basically being held hostage by a bunch of slaves right now. Oh, come on, Orc Warband. So much for that. We just killed all of them. We didn't take a single guy hostage. Unruly slaves. Sure hope they take slaves here in Salem. They actually don't take slaves, dude. Do I load? I think I load. Let's see. Right now is Vindemis 22. This was Vindemis 13. So I can't really go back any further than this, but I basically have to make it to Devon somehow, which is like, how the fuck? We're just gonna have to free slaves over and over, because pay double, free slaves randomly. Because I can't march. The slaves just become super angry if I march. Oh, we have sufficient guards all of a sudden. Okay, well that's good. That means we won't lose a bunch of morale and shit. Then we're pretty much safe. As long as we don't march. Well, except that I have 0 money. Or 0 food, rather. That's bad. That's not good. Please find food. We march while we can. We're literally 1 day away, so I think we'll be fine. The slaves are disgruntled. We liberate one slave. Everybody hated that. Holy moly. Alright, time to sell some slaves. There we go. That was sketchy. Marble. Decent price here, though we need to keep some. We split. There. Rid of all the crystals. What about timber? No, not worth. Metal. I don't think Devon is a very good place to sell, but it's not like horrible. Yeah, let's sell the iron here. I think these guys... Yeah, they want beast hides. Leather obsidian. I think we're pretty much done with these guys. You can still sell some stuff to them now and then. Prince Friendship 14. But no, we should... Grath is always happy to chat while he is awaiting your booze deliveries. Give him the bottle of Gradian absinthe. Grath whistles when he sees the bottle. Damn, you guys are just the best, he says when he takes the beverage. Give him the bottle of Lumina Lyrium. Damn, you guys are just the best, he says when he takes the beverage. Alright. Cool. Buy something from the botanist. Some slime grass. A rare white cluster of crystals. Really? Every 600 days. Oh, what the fuck? Sure, I'll take that. You're here to check on the amber shroom growth. The botanists take you to a very dark chamber where all sorts of mushrooms are grown in vats and seed beds. You are led to a fungal colony beneath a crystalline formation that provides a soft yellow light. The mushrooms themselves are bunched up in small clusters and emit a tarnished golden glow, as well as a sweet smell. There the botanists proudly announce the strain has matured into what Borax has been looking for. Your companion is beyond himself with glee, and watches with a wide smile as a handful of botanists gingerly harvest the fungus, leaving just enough to continue propagating it, if so they wish. The undead chef also has them cast a spell on the freshly cut mushrooms. The enchantment will preserve their freshness almost indefinitely. After all that is done, you leave with the sack of mushrooms in Borax's care. This is great. Really great, boss, he tells you, grinning and nodding gratefully. Thanks for the help, as always. Right? Sell trophies. Visit Ferris the jeweler. You might have rare jewelry for Ferris. No. I don't want to sell him these things. I think we don't have any more business with these guys at all. Listen to some rumors. Brine Mere stagnant poison. You have concluded that the stagnant acidic fluid all around the Brine Mere is poisonous by proximity alone and should be avoided as much as possible. But apparently this isn't information that anyone is interested in. I was trying to figure out what to do with this salt area, but I couldn't really figure anything out. The pure white crystal Shabeni is looking for may be found in the Yrg Hive Underloom. The entrance to the tunnels should be somewhere along the southern edge of the crystal forest. Shabeni said that damp smoke might be useful when delving into the nest. That's also something we could do. So in that case, we should do things for the carpenters now, mainly. This one is a little interesting. Falcons, Tarkian tents, Raction incense. Chosen active effects +5 crit and accuracy on all companions. This is insane. But I don't want to deal with these. These are guys who live in Tark. We can't even go to Tark. It's like cut off from the world by a windstorm. Not a whole lot I can do with that. And this would also be good. Getting discipline on my slaves, but I'm gonna see. House Darius hates me. Hello, sewer call. Thank you. Authority. Honor to work for. Hiring fee. This one isn't like that interesting though. Plus one more authority. It's nice. Loader's Guild would be good too. But I think first and foremost, the Carpenter's Guild should be it. So, distribute to Ash. What is this? Distribute to Torzag. Arkan. Defend. Defend. You have that there. This is on the way. Sure. Supply run to Arkan. Distribute to Sunrock. Yeah. That's fine. That's past there. But my inventory is full, so we can't take anymore. Oh, I can get rid of the hides here. And 4 timber, we can sell that. That way we have 2 slots. But I would like to just fill that with supplies if possible, but it doesn't seem possible, unfortunately. I have a little bit too many horses and stuff compared to what I was doing before. However, everyone is like... Everybody wants to kill me, basically. Minus 51 slaves, yep. Near dead vigor. That should go up now, though. Why is it not going up? Is it because of my nutrition? Perhaps. Okay, we're now we're only exhausted. This isn't going very well. The slaves are disgruntled. Punish them severely. +1 obedience. Yep. A huge horde of Jakra. Makeshift barricade is like always the best one. In fact, it's not only the best one, it's like the only one that ever matters too. Concentrated defense. Intercept skirmish. -30 flee and minus grit. What does that even mean? It prevents them from fleeing. It reduces their grit that makes them flee, and then it prevents them from fleeing? So is it like grit is their morale, and it causes them to flee, but then they also have to try to flee, I guess. +10 chase. Ow. No. Worker got fucked. Give me food. Oh, one. Wait. Is that 1k food? It says 1+. I assume that's 1k. Otherwise it would say 900. Yes, it was 1k. Holy shit. We're saved. Actually saved. Except now I can't carry that much food. Maybe. No, I should be able to. Just that they gave me a bunch of crap. Alright, I think that's it. Wait for the attack to commence without handing over the promised reinforcements. Yeah. The fights are actually like, when you hand over the reinforcements, they're pathetic. If you don't, every time I've tried, they've been like really, really hard. Is it really this bad? It might be. I might have to slaughter some horses or something. I'm very low on workforce. Thought it would be higher, but they did kill a bunch of my workers. I think I should have a few more workers. I'm using 10 now because I have such a low need for workers, but I should probably have like 12 or something just in case something happens. But it's not that big of a deal to be a little bit low on workforce, I think. All right. Let's see. Flanking reduces grit, increases damage, and critical success margin. It also reduces vigor. Oh, that's why my vigor goes down so much. But yeah, I pretty much always do flank. They're retreating. I got some moon dust. Oh. We gained 7 horses. That's bad. It's good and bad. It's like a bunch of free food, but it also means we are going to need even more workers, but we did lose 2 guys, so I don't know. Maybe it'll be okay. We just need to go over there, see if we can manage that. No, we're not that... It's not that bad. Being slightly below is fine, I think. Oh, it's the Nadir event again. Vomit. There we go. Do you think you can go around there? We have 4 days of food, which is not great. Not ideal, one could say. Irg hunting party. Hello, Irgs. Please tell me you are edible. We lost a scout. Oh shit, these guys are tanky. $1K supplies. Hell yeah, Irgis. Yummy. Ugh. Holy shit. But that means we're safe. Now the question is, can you go around there? Or do we have to go back? No, you can go around. It's gonna be somewhere in here. It's there. That much is pretty obvious, I would say. Deep in the heart of the stone forest, the air is cool and the sunlight is surprisingly scarce. According to your scouts who have been ahead of the comitatus all day, a weakly fortified camp is close by, nestled between gigantic stone spires. This must be the liberated tribe Krifta told you about. Gather your forces and attack the tribe. Before charging the camp of Ajax Valor, you have a chance of preparing for the assault. As of now, your forces have not been seen. Thorough scouting of the area reveals several paths you could take to approach the camp relatively unseen. The terrain here is ideal for such an assault. The best way in runs by a large cracked stone pillar. You could create a diversion on the other side too. Create a diversion to draw the attention of the tribe. The diversion is a resounding success. The ragtag fighters of the liberated tribe take the bait as a handful of your fighters toss javelins at them from the other side, drawing them out of cover and into a chase that leaves the camp less defended. You signal the attack. You and your fighting crew reach the camp and pass between the sharpened bone and stone spikes thrust into the earthen barricade surrounding it. The defenders are in disarray, and you can see shock as well as desperation in their eyes in equal measure. Most of them bear a symbol painted in red on their forehead, and are armed poorly. Fighting breaks out among their crude stone huts. Kill. Kill them all. Yep, they're fleeing pursuit. Enslave, which is good because I actually need more slaves right now. Oh, we got 11 horses and a thingy. I'm gonna have to slaughter some of those because holy shit. Ajax Valor is crushed, and the large majority of them surrender to prevent massacre during a rout. During the final moments of the skirmish, the leader of the tribe turns on his own people in desperation and tries to kill the ones he was trying to protect, his wife, children, and some of the infirm folk. But before he could murder them, Krifta puts an arrow into his knee, and he collapses, writhing in crippling agony. The archer leaps at his side and interrogates the suffering man to get the names and locations of the other tribes. Once she threatens to torture his family, the large fellow caves and gives up the rest. The Bone Grinders, the Hollows, and Terath's Sunstriders. He is then bound, gagged, and taken, along with the rest of your prisoners, to the center of the conquered camp where your fighters guard them. There are dozens of the unfortunate, sitting on the hard ground in utter defeat, their eyes cast down, their expressions sullen. What do we do with them? Krifta asks, with a hint of frustration. I thought more would die. I thought they would fight on. Weaklings. Although it is her decision, you can surely share your opinion with the Huntress. Encourage her to execute the slaves. Offer to take the slaves with you. Then it ceases to be her problem. No, the archer says harshly and clacks her beak. Look at them. I may think they are weak, but I do not want them enslaved again. Better to slay them here and now, or let them go. Alright, advise her to execute them all. That is what her handler would want. Garrick, Harvick, and Nadir gain loyalty. Okay, so Vorax doesn't give a shit. He's a fucking retard. So Renkylon isn't a huge fan of executing slaves. And it's, yeah, he's the only one here, I think. Nadir, Garrick, Harvick. She didn't particularly care for it either, but it does not sit well with the rest of the crew, however. Garrick and Renkylon lost loyalty. For what? The crew takes the loot from the conquered camp, and you leave it behind, walking back to the rest of the Comitatus. Krifta appears beside you. The next one is up to you. The Bone Grinders raid small quarries and Comitati along the border of the Plains of Bone. Their camp is further in. The Hollows went mad and moved near the Hollow Crags, thinking that the gods or spirits or whatever protect them from the hollow eyes there. Well, they are not dead yet, so who knows? And then there are Terath's Sunstriders, out west in the Searing Plains. Word is, the Sadirar use them against each other, but it sounds like hogwash. You consider where to go next. Krifta bobs her head, then speaks again. Make up your mind, but we are in no hurry. With luck, they will destroy themselves. Once you are back at the pack animals, the loot is loaded into the carts and your crew gets ready to leave. I think I have a lot of XP right now, 11. What do I want? What do I take? See, I would like to have some stuff here. Like aid. Aid is good. It lets you revive people in combat. Unlocks advanced actions, as well as the ability to use resourcefulness to raise combat strength in crew combat. Oh, advanced actions. But I also kind of... I don't really want this, right? Like, I don't really want to do leadership that much. But I like resourcefulness because it's like having points in everything. Whenever you want to. And I like that from, like, the perspective of my guy being, you know, resourceful. Instead of just having to max out everything here. However, I do still want more strong-minded and savvy. But, this is also the issue. It actually only gives you 1 point. That's not a whole lot, is it? Because most things cost 2 points, I think. But, sure. Let's get more resourcefulness. Next time it costs 10. It's just so expensive. Authority is maxed already, so that's good. Authority is a little weird. because it's one of these things where I feel like it's like mandatory in a way, right? And that makes me question the stat a little bit, because it's like, yeah, you're just always gonna get max authority first, more or less. I feel like. Because deputies are just so good. Renown 4, we're getting powerful. Actually, we don't have that many horses. I think we lost a lot in combat. We don't even have 30 total. Actually, have 28. That's the normal amount of horses I usually have. All right. So now we need to go Sunrock, Ash, Lumen. There's a defend. No, we need to go Ash, Crystal, Lumen, Arcan. There. And then we'll see, I suppose. I do want to go to Avernum to finish the Nadira's quest, but I think we need to finish this stuff first. We'll probably go like one trip around everything. More wind. We lost a worker. What did I fuck up? I have to pay a debt. So I fucked something up. Is it the distribute? Is it really, like, do you fail distribute? I thought you only didn't get the reputation. In that case... Oh, I missed that one. Wait, did we really? I guess I fucked up. I fucked up really bad this time. Hmm. Okay. Unfortunate. As I said, let's have some extra workers and slaves. That way we're okay if things go to shit. And maybe we should have extra fighters too. Just in case we need to take on some slaves or something. Or if they die. Actually don't have extra right now, that's my normal amount there. Something like that. Buy his things. Odysseus' smile has to be one of the ugliest sights you have ever glimpsed, yet it is somehow promising at the same time. So, you wanna have your fighter enter the pit? He asks, spitting globs of mucus. It will cost you know, except if you're going up against my champion, but the rewards are equally great. Rules are simple. 2 groups walk in, 1 comes out. I set up the fights, and there's a bit of a gamble. You won't know what exactly you're up against ahead of time. That's the game, so walk the line or chicken out. Let's go. Oh, good, good. Udish claps his hands. Today's show should be rather exotic. It's always a pleasure to see otherwise lofty and honorable people degrade themselves for mere profit. When you ask what he means, he replies, "Ha, there's a team of Sadirar led by a shaman. They won't say, of course, but I'm sure they are outcasts from their tribes, and thus forced to take part in pit fights for coin. Noble savages, my ass." And indeed, in the arena you encounter a group of 5 tribesmen. Surprisingly, they all seem to belong to different tribes, which should make the fight quite challenging. The shaman begins to chant while the others slowly approach your companions. Having grit means that you're mentally tough, essentially. I was a bit behind. Yeah, that was a while ago. But yes. It's just a question of, like, what it actually does practically. That's it. Is it just a roll for when they flee? Are those slaves? These guys are not slaves. These guys are like savages. They're just tribesmen. Oh! Oh! Now we kill this shaman. Shaman dead. More AoEs. The art style is really nice in this for having pretty little art in the game. They really nail what they have. It's, yeah, it's decent. I do think that the companion art, it's not like amazing, but I do think that they have like the right vibe for it, but it does have, like, to me at least, it has like like guys in your role-playing group in high school drawing stuff kind of vibe. So it's like almost there, but it's kind of jank and weird in a lot of ways. So, but I do think it's pretty decent. But I think a lot of like the animation work and stuff is not very great. But it could be worse. But I think the art style of like the overall game is good. Like honestly, for me, the characters are like the worst part of it. While like the actual UI and everything else is actually pretty solid. But the characters aren't bad. I just think they're a little... not quite there. But it's also because some of them are just kind of weird. Like this insect guy. I don't know. And the bald girl. She just looks like a dude. Maybe it was only because the Sadirar from different tribes could not work together well enough. But eventually you manage to lead your companions to defeat them. The crowd seems to lose it as it cheers you on. It is clear that you are its new favorite. Udirsh confirms this as you return to the warrants. Only Hensvak and his band remains now. Can I assume you will take him on? It would be a shame to stop now, shy of reaching the top. Give me some time to get them in line, and we can proceed. Actually, we can just march. Just pay a little bit extra. I wonder if I failed whatever we had here, too. The Comitatus approaches the town of Ash, struggling against the speckles of grey dust swirling through the air. Visibility is reduced to a minimum, yet you manage to arrive at the perimeter, where you are waved on by a group of uncaring Imperial guardsmen. You enter the settlement intent on reaching the mansion before any more of the bothersome dust can gather behind your collar. Even inside the streets you can barely see where you're going, so you just tell your drivers and the handlers to keep the marching line intact and to proceed forward. And so they do until there is a sudden scream coming from the column's front. Anticipating trouble, you make your way forward to see what's going on. There in the dust lies a scrawny man, clad in but a loincloth and grasping his left ankle, wailing in pain. You ask what happened. This fool came out from nowhere, one beast driver explains, ran straight in front of the animals and got himself trampled. Then suddenly you hear an outraged cry and turn to face a man dressed in flowing white robes. "That's my slave!" he shouts angrily. "You've damaged my property!" What a fine mess this is. The white-robed youngster kneels down beside his injured slave and takes his trembling hand. "Oh, dearest beloved Labes, are you all right?" Then he looks at you. "This is my most prized dancer slave, and your brutish beasts just broke his leg, rendering him useless." I am the venerable Imponus Bravus Spurus, son of Ash's most influential slave trader. And you, Vagrus, will recompensate me right here and now, else suffer the consequences. Make haste and hand me 2 silver pieces. This so-called Imponus Bravus Spurus strikes you as vaguely familiar. It takes a few moments, but then you manage to place him. This is the very same man who has tried to dupe you before in Velarius. Looks like his methods haven't gotten any more sophisticated since then. What? I don't remember. Just before you're about to divulge that you're onto him, his eyes widen with realization. Oh shit, he gasps. Good, Vagrus, I just remember. I'm ever so sorry. I didn't mean... Oh yeah, it was the guy who was pretending to be the imperial leader of the town. I didn't mean to impose on you again. He is visibly scared and begins to rummage through his robes, stammering all the while. I'm sure I've got something that could make you forgive this whole misunderstanding, something of worth. Here. He produces a small bronze statue that he shoves into your hands. Please, I beg you, take this. Forget we've ever met. I'll be on my way and shan't bother you again. Thank you, good Vagrus. Before you could reply, he kicks his slave rightly in the ribs. Labes, you stupid fuck! Can't you see the game is up? We've got to scram. The slave struggles to his feet and the 2 of them disappear into a dust-veiled back street. With that settled, you continue your way toward the mansion. Okay. Cool. Turn in. Oh, nice. We didn't fail. Okay, so we have 1 quest left near Ventulium. I wonder if we can reach that if we go the Lumen Arcan path. We might, but it's gonna be close. But yeah, I think the UI is actually really nice. Like, more than anything, for me. The UI and the text and everything is really good. Except when the buttons don't fucking work. Which is all the time, by the way. Constantly. Defend near Crystal. We can't do defend. Escort to Avernum. No, there are no quests here. And unfortunately we're in Ash, which sucks ass. We can't really buy anything here. Other than just more supplies. Velarius Crystal. Do I have anything to sell? Still. So we no longer have... We have a defend near Velarium. Or Ventulium. We can sell these hides. It's not worth selling here. Chitin. Chitin is worth selling here. The hides are they're almost worth selling here because it's like whatever. Oil. I do need the oil still. Bronze, not worth. And then I don't. That's all. Everything else is like a quest item at this point. Which we gotta go and solve that, because having this many quest items is not great. Let's rest and then we go and deal with that. Down to Crystal. Could go to Mirage, but it takes like 2 extra days, and I actually don't have that many days to spare. So let's just leg it. Crystal. wanted to head to Loom too, but I think fuck it. We can make it today. Oh, go, 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 go. Sell him timber or marble. Yep, marble. Timber. But they want even more, still. They just want, like, infinity. I wonder how much they want. So we need to bring, like, a full cart of marble until they stop wanting it. I wonder where you get timber best. But I know you can get marble from Arkan, which is not that far, but 30 harnesses. Do I have that? Like, what is a sturdy? I'm gonna order a sturdy harness. Fuck it. Lavo crystals. Right. Then we go to Lumen. We got the Howler event. A guy is just outside screaming all night. The Comitatus treks through the unforgiving orange-brown rock desert. One of the scouts gets up on top of a broken stone column that slightly rises above the others. He comes back much faster than he climbed up. Vagrus! Hey, 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 Vagrus! A storm approaches and looks like we are right in its path. You swear a few times. Rock storms here always have been the bane, and sometimes the end of Comitati. You climb to a precipice to observe it. The fog-like turmoil in the horizon looks innocuous, but it can bury a man in a heartbeat, if it does not pick the meat from his bones first. There is a chance that the sandstorm will change course. You might also try to get out of its way, or secure all carts and animals and put up a provisional shelters for the crew. You will lose valuable time either way. Stop near the next outcropping in an attempt to use it as shelter and prepare for the storm. I think we do that. The sandstorm hits you like the screeching vengeance of an evil spirit of the air, but the Comitatus is ready. The beasts are secured under canvases, while the people have covered their faces with cloth and crawl under the carts. All cargo is tied down. Still, the fearful cries of your men rival the shrieking of the wind and the buzz of the sand, and tiny rocks arriving with it. It takes more than an hour for it to pass. Then you're able to get out from under your shelter and survey the wreckage. Luckily, it was not one of the more powerful storms. It could have been much worse. Some of the supplies got scattered, but no loss of life. There is some sand shoveling before you can start again, but the general feeling is that the Vagrus did well. It is quite comforting. Minus 10 supplies. I think we can survive without 10 supplies. Candake. Candake remembers something. I almost forgot about the white crystal. You mean like this one, you ask? Pure white crystal. Well, isn't that nice? Candake smiles. We're actually making progress. Thank you, dearest Vagrus. Keep up the good work. Speaking of which... Now this is a real treat. Candake exults while examining the item you just gave her. I wasn't really hoping to get one, to be honest. Hey, let's get some work done. Yeah, we just need the slime grass, that's it. It's a little annoying to get because you only get it in Devon, and you only get like 3 every time you go there. So, we now have a bunch of pottery on us. Man, I should just sell all the pottery. And then just get the pottery when I need it later on. Flavor crystals are worthless here. 1 hide. 8 bronze. I'm gonna sell it. Mainly because I have so much scrap metal that I think once I do go back to Avernum to finish the quest, that I actually don't know if it actually even needs bronze. Am I done with bronze? Yeah, I'm done with bronze, so I don't actually need to keep that around. I need 3 units of oil, 2 jade, demon horn, and 12 spectral residue. I have all of this. We only need to go back to Avernum to finish that. Procure goods, Devon. We don't have enough cargo slots. Do we sell linen? Yeah, I'll sell 1 linen. Then we take that. Wait. Procure goods. Okay, it was 5. Wait. Hmm. Alright, I'll take the loss of a stack of Flavo. And then we take this one. Procure, go to Devon. Shipment of slaves to Avernum. Let's take that. And then it's time to go. But it's time to go directly to Arkan. Painted encampment. No, I don't need to fight them, then I won't fight them. This says deadline today. I'm not gonna finish that one in time. And this is 10. All of the Ceruleus is quest. Which is a little annoying, because I wanted to buy a bunch of marble here. But that's only... This is only 2 stacks. So we would have to, like, sell linen to be able to fit more. I guess that's okay. Now here's the question. Does this quest disappear? No. The undead shamble onwards. Now, the undead have grit, but I think they never flee. This gives defense. But shield wall gives... No. Which one is it? Concentrated defense? Yeah, this one gives ward. And I think this one means that your random other guys don't, like these guys that are not in combat, they have less chance of actually taking any damage. I believe. We still lost a slave. I don't know if that was entirely true. Lost another slave. But yeah, the undead I don't think ever flee. They just don't give a fuck. Ouch. Ouch. Losing a bunch of guys. Three soldiers down. Then we head up to Devon. Oh, we have 0 days of food left. Yeah. 0 rep, but here we get 20, 20. Ooh, House Venari, rank up. Honor to work for, minus 50% hiring fee. This one is not really that interesting, but it's not bad either. Plus 3 accuracy, Manticore brooch. That's not bad. Almost have 1 stack of coffee beans. I have 28 horses. We want to have a little bit too many. Something like that. Do they want a stack of ivory? I'm not so sure. This timber is super expensive. It's actually a pretty normal timber price. Ah, shit, I shouldn't have bought that one. Do we have timber here? No. Hides, coal, bogweed, ceruleus, crystal, chitin, coal. We also need to go back to the Outer Realms, I suppose. We did rank up. Let's see if Ferris wants anything. No. No. We are done with Vagrus. Trophies. Sell some trophies. Oh, what's this? Hello. An undecorated stone building tucked away in a side street near the entrance of Temple Ward, the infirmary called Suspiris Mori, is a grim place run by an equally grim-looking failed Ashkolite initiate turned surgeon with one eye and a shaven head. Yet the medical staff here is precise and attentive, and they are reputedly quite successful at healing patients. The stench of disinfectant elixirs and urine is constantly in the air. The services are open to anyone, though. Are open to anyone, though not affordable by most. You find interesting drawings of tumors and fleshy growths on a wall. Ask the surgeon about them. The one-eyed man smiles as he looks at the drawings. Some of my own work, he confides. Ever since I was booted out of the Ashkolites upon realizing that I'm more interested in healing than in funerals, I've been intrigued by the taint. A curious ailment, don't you think? No medicos truly knows how the bastard works, how it is transmitted, if at all. The greatest mystery of our time, if you ask me. So I've been studying it naturally. Some of my findings and doubts have been committed to parchment here. I like looking at them sometimes, even if only to remind myself of how much work is ahead of us still. When you ask him why he is possessed by this sense of responsibility, he smiles serenely before talking. Nobody cares for the tainted Vagrus. Neglected and forlorn, they suffer without end. I feel for them, so I try to find out as much as I can about their curse, so that perhaps one day someone might heal them. Right? Medicos. Medical supplies. We need shitloads of medical supplies. Okay. Petition on audience with a high-ranking priest. Nah. So we have, let's see, 8, 16, 24, 32, 40. I have 40 marble exactly. Which is nice. Then we don't need to fuck with more. 7. Ash. Avernum. Linen. I guess. Right. Hanging Gardens. Slime grass. How much slime grass do we have? Oh, every 2 days. Did we just finish that? How much slime grass do we have? No, I have everything. 15 slime grass. 2 units of jade, oil, spectral residue, demon horn. Oh, that was this one. 45 pottery, 15 slime grass. Okay, so now we need to get pottery on our way back. Lumen. And now we head over to Avernum, cure or fix Nadir's problem. And then we hand in the pots and the slime grass and finish that step of that quest, whatever that is. Loaders protected comitatus. Move on. Distribute to Avernum. Defend near crystal. No. Conquer near ash. For Loader's Guild. We can do that one. It's on the way. 1 coffee bean. Get 2 more scrap metal. And distribute. This is ceruleum. Lava crystals not worth selling. 12 bone. So, okay. 12, 18, 24, 30. So I have an even amount of scrap metal too. I could bring even more. No, actually, we had another stack there. It doesn't really matter. You can smelt just 1 scrap metal. There's no like extra efficiency smelting more. And we might be able to buy a bit more in ash, who knows. Can we fight the champion? Take part in the next fight. You have earned the right to take on the champion and his retinue. Are you injured? That's the spirit. Udish grins as you state your intent to take on the current champion. To be quite frank, I began to grow somewhat bored of Hesrak and his merry band of butchers, and so did the crowd. Too predictable. Now go out there and give us a fight to remember, will ya? The applause is overwhelming as your companions once more step into Sunrock's arena. The portcullis opposite of you opens, and from out of the dark step 4 figures. First, a mutated ruin of a man, most likely one of the tainted, barely sentient. In fact, he is more akin to some kind of an animal, and as such is clearly urged forward by 2 small wiry figures with dark eyes. Wraiths. Then one of the biggest and most intimidating orcs you have ever seen appears and bares his fangs, snarling. This must surely be Hesrak himself. But then, to your surprise, the brute asks in a growling voice, "Tactics, Hesrak?" To which one of the wraiths answers in a low, malicious voice, "Just the usual, Gregvar. Look for my signs, although I doubt these sorry excuses for pit fighters should give us a real challenge." Is that so? Wraith. Tainted Madman. Man, these guys suck. Ow! Oh. Then we AoE. Ouch! Holy fuck. AoE more? Ouch! One down. They all died from bleeding. They don't have like an animation or anything when they die from damage over time, which is a little weird. The disbelief in Hesrak's dark eyes is evident as your companions defeat his cronies one after the other, and finally he himself is subdued. Your comrades stand victorious in the middle of the pit, celebrated passionately by the crowd. Sunrock's arena has new champions. Udish is completely out of his mind as he hands you your hefty prize, not even hurting to give away money this time. Although you suspect compared to his profits the winnings is but mere change. He bombards you with questions and proposals, trying to convince you to take up residence in town and become his next champion, but you are well aware that it would be foolish to do so. More marvelous riches await out there in the realms. You have got a comitatus to manage, and after all, this is by far not the only arena to be conquered. Ooh, arena champion, Sunrock. Hire some ruffians. I don't think we need to hire any ruffians right now. Once you get to this, we go up. The road is really good, so just following the road is strong. Roads are powerful. gonna go here. You are woken in the middle of the night to the sound of yelling and fighting. Oh, okay. It's the Shito again. There's 5 of them this time.
Oh.
3 damage. He's got 4 HP. Oh, did he just go rate it himself? There. Nah, he should be dead now. Ouch! I really think Borax needs to have the regen. Oh, we got a demon horn from that? Holy shit. It's just actually worth to just keep her first. What the fuck? But that was the first one I got too, but that's actually really valuable. I think I kind of might know what happens. I have enslave. Sure. I have tooltips set to be instant. So I think what might be happening is that the tooltip is like on the pixel that your mouse is pointing at. It's not like, I don't know if that's the case, but that's one of the only things I can think of. No, that's not it either. Oh. There's just a bug with this button where if you go in and you hover over the letters, yeah, you see here, you can't click here. But I feel like this is useless. More slavering, jittering mobs. Moondust is good. Alright, we're done. What? Wait, huh? Oh, I can't turn that in because there's no loader. Yeah, there are no loaders here. That's it. That's what's happening. We have a full coffee stack. Now we just need to trade it in. So now we want to go down to Crystal and then back up. We can go Crystal, Mirage, Larnac, Avernum, maybe. No. Let's go Avernum. Avernum, Larnac, Mirage, Crystal, Lumen. Alright. Thanks for hanging, Dispis. Get some sleep, dude. I think that's what we'll do. Hunting critical failure. Urg hunting party. Alright. Damn, it's actually dangerous. Hold on. Wait, where are my horses? I can't... Oh, you can't mount guys after. Oh, we fucked up then. A little bit. We might want to call. Urg combat. Holy fuck. These guys are fucking huge. They're all elites. Is this gonna be bad? Am I gonna lose? Ow! Oh. 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 That's not good. Oh. Oh. Well, that's not good. That's not good at all. Oh. Oh. Holy fuck, Lois. This one has 4 HP. Oh. Come on. Alright, we got him. $700 supplies. But I think that's more than we can carry. No, bugweed. Some chitin, but if we just rest here, we'll eat up most of that food. It's a good day. +3 movement. Morale. Yeah. Sometimes that's just how it is. Turn in, turn in. Nice. Is this where the... Let's see. No. Pandemonium Arena. Trade a shipment of coffee beans for a bottle of Aqua Infernus. There. The guild goons are expecting a shipment of coffee in exchange for a bottle of fabled Aqua Infernus. Make the trade. Once the carpenters count their coffee beans, almost literally, and decide that they are satisfied, they hand you the bottle. To your surprise, it is warm to the touch. Specks of red spice float in the stark orange liquid inside. The business is concluded and you take the bottle with you. Now you have to deliver it to Graf. Alright. Melt scrap metal. See here, it says reinforced wheels with metal axles. But is that just the same thing? That's what I don't know. This is like a wiki thing almost. But I don't know if there really is a wiki. Gear. Equipment. Let's see if there are wheels here. Lots of spoilers here. Reinforced cartwheels, right? That's the one. Yeah, it's the same one. So I feel like the crafting stuff is like, it's really kind of useless. Because none of these things are actually worth the price for like selling or trading, as far as I can tell. Because otherwise, like, making the steel armaments could be cool. But iron weapons and armor goes for 53 B. So this costs 5. 5 times 7. Yeah, I think we would make like maybe 5 bros selling iron armaments, but sure. Let's just do that. You stroll the streets of the city with your companions at your side. While turning a corner from a main plaza into a narrow alley, you hear a hushed whisper. Hey, you there. Yes, you. You turn towards the source of the conspiratory voice. You see a slender man half hidden in the shadows, cradling a suspect-looking bundle in his arms. You strike me as the kind who's got the coin for this exclusive item I managed to salvage from one of the prefectus's private warehouses, he says in a lowered voice. Well, not per se. Let's say it fell off a wagon. It's a dwarven telescope that lets you see distant places. Would you be interested? The fellow strikes you as vaguely familiar. Suddenly, it comes back to you. This is the same fellow who tried to dupe you before under a different alias. Just about the same time you realize that the two of you have met before. He does too. Fuck my life, not again, he mutters to himself, then adds more audibly. Oh, good Vagrus, 'tis but a misunderstanding. Sorry to bother you. I'll take my leave. And so he does, promptly, but you will have none of that. You grab him by the arm before he can escape. As you do so, he drops his bundle. Something looking like an ornate telescope rolls out of it. It looks like the real thing. but upon closer examination you can see that it is but a piece of carved and painted wood without any functioning parts. No wonder the Picaroon tried to sell it to you in the shadows. The man screams something about harassment and his influential friends, but you do not let go of him. Then he looks at Garrick, who is standing next to you with a nasty grin, and his eyes widen. Whoa, hold on a minute. I think I know you, he tells the dwarf. Fat fucking chance, the dwarf grumbles, but the man seems certain. But yes, I do. I do, he insists. You're Garrick, aren't you? The one who had that trouble with the loader skill back in the shelter. Your companion looks somewhat puzzled, but eventually only shrugs. So you know me. What about it? A lot of people do. Come on, Vagrus. Let's shank this little piece of shite and be done with it. The fellow's voice reaches a hysterical pitch. No, wait! I've got a proposition for you. A very lucrative proposition. From what I've heard, you might be just the guy for the job. You won't regret it, I promise. Garrick looks at you quizzically. You can tell that he is curious. Let go of the conman and ask him what he is rambling about. The name's Latibrium, he says, readjusting his clothes. The real name this time, and I'm deeply sorry for trying to do business with you. But a man's gotta make a living. You can certainly understand that. I think I could make up for the trouble I caused, if you would hear me out. Spit it out already. Garrick holds his pistol to Latibrium's stomach. Here's the deal, the conman begins. There is a certain comitatus named Company of the Ebony Serpent that travels regularly between Devon and the southwest. Supposedly, these are standard supply runs for various outposts along the way, but no one really knows. Well, almost no one, Latibrium grins. Well connected as I am, I happen to know that their secret destination is a little place called Tectum Horgius. Does that ring a bell? What about the name Cadmador? Yes, the Black Dragon's clandestine trading house. As you might know, Cadmador is kind of a sucker for knowledge, relics, and powerful weapons of all sorts. Guess what the Company of the Ebony Serpent transports secretly? Yep, arcane artifacts. Quite valuable ones at that. He can see that Garrick is becoming interested, so he continues. Now I have to admit, I don't know what they transport at a given time, but seeing as it is a regular journey they undertake, there is always a fair chance that they've got something of great value. Also, because they are basically spies and insurgents for Dragmalak, they don't rely too much on the Imperial authorities. They're ripe for the taking, one could say, especially so during their halfway stop in Mirage. There it's not unusual for several comitati to make a stop at the same time, and that's where we would enter the picture. Where we could strike and take what's theirs, if you're interested. I know Master Garrick isn't above such endeavors, that's why I bring it up to you. Why, a little turd, the dwarf says, but then he stops. He is interested. Latibrium seizes the opportunity to add. Medium risk, great profit. Think about it, Vagrus. Tell Latibrium that you are in. Knew you'd be game as soon as I tell you the details, Latibrium says with a grin. But make no mistake, it's not an easy job. It's an opportunity. Precisely for that reason, we can't do the caper alone. We will need some specialists. That's essential to my scheme. You ask Latibrium who he has in mind. Before he begins to lay it all out, he guides you to a small tavern where you sit down to talk. To be honest, I've got only one specialist so far, he begins after sipping his wine for a bit. That's part of why I've been looking for the right partners for this venture, but I do have someone in mind. An acquaintance of old from various former undertakings. A dark elf named Therulian, also known as the Cold One. You'll see why. He's a master of shadow magic and currently hangs around Larnak. I told him to hang around the Petals of Dusk, a strange dope house. We'll need his expertise for sure. That's it for now, but maybe you or Master Garrick could come up with something? We'll need a master picklock and someone who can distract the Vagrus of our target comitatus. The dwarf thinks for a while. Maybe I could, he then says. There's a fella called Fignet who's a fucking wizard with locks. He used to own a pawn shop in Salem. Then there's, let's say exotic lass in Devon who goes by the name of Aristiona. She dwells in an establishment called the Ifriani in Heat. Ha! Ya could say that she's well versed in the art of distraction and deception, if you know what I mean. You make an effort to memorize those names and places. These sound good to me. Your first task would be to locate and recruit them, Latibrium continues. Make sure to mention my name to Therulian, although he might need some convincing beyond that. What about your contacts, Master Garrick? Master's master, Garrick grumbles under his breath. Aristiona shouldn't be no problem. I'm not too sure about the bastard Fignet, but we shall see, shan't we? Latibrium nods. Good. As soon as you've managed to gather them all, come find me in Lumen. There's a back room in the Blind Jacra, a tavern of some reputation. Just tell the barkeep that you've come for the candles. Yes, the candles. He'll know. Once there, I'll lay out my plan in detail to the team. Until you make it there, I'll do the hard part, finding out about the timetable of our target. You tell him that you have all the details and will meet him in Lumen, but he should not try to screw you over this time. Wouldn't dream of it, Latibrium says vehemently. I need your help in this, and I swear it's worth all the risks, so we've got a deal then. As I said, the company of the Ebony Serpent does supply runs on a regular basis, so we can do our heist basically any time, but still, don't dawdle too long. I want to make a profit here. So long then. Latibrium rises and leaves the tavern. It's a nice change for once. Garrick reaches over to Latibrium's mug and drinks the leftover wine from it. Not being butt-fucked by the gods, but instead given an opportunity such as this. I say we give it a go. Worst case, we say it was all this Latib fuck guy. Fidgety little shit, but he seems to have thought this through just fine. You ask Garrick where to begin. Let's get these specialists together, he replies, stroking his beard. Doesn't matter what order. You nod and rise from the dirty table. You leave the tavern and return to the mansion with a new mission to accomplish. Right? Give Incanus a demon horn and enough spectral residue. The mage takes the offered assets and secures them in his vault. Nadir thanks you for your assistance with the breaking of the curse. Yeah. Yeah. Incanus announces that the ritual that will reveal the source of Nadir's demonic curse can now be performed. It is up to you now, Vagrus, the sorceress says, but I advise that we do not postpone this, as the demonic attacks will get stronger with time. It's not that we need you for the ritual, but it'll take a whole night, and since I'm working for you now, you should be giving your permission. Tell them to perform the ritual, but you want to be present. This will end the current day. You join Nadir and her old master and enter the private chambers of the tower. There's no doubt in your mind now that the inside of the Black Spire is many times larger than it would be possible judging from the outside. The ritual takes place in a spacious, windowless room where mind-boggling glyphs and runes scrawled with white chalk cover the pitch-black walls. Incanus has you sit on a stone bench and tells you not to leave the circle drawn around it for any reason. Then the ritual itself starts. You quickly lose track of all the incantations, glyphs drawn, chanting, and volatile energy surges. What is much harder to ignore are the growls and screams that begin to fill the air. Soon the whole chamber warps. The walls are covered in blood, while the stench of sulfur hangs heavy around you. Then the roof begins to smolder, and a sorceress fissure opens across it. The demon horn is broken by Incanus at the height of the chanting, and a wiry fiend falls out of the gateway that closes moments later. The fiend tries to flee, but an unseen force keeps it bound in the middle of the circle. You watch in horror as Incanus and Nadir begin torturing the creature with magic, pulling it apart and putting it back together with unspeakable spells. They talk to it. At a certain point you begin to wonder if it's all a nightmare. Hours pass. Finally, at length, the creature gives up some knowledge and the torment ceases. Once the demon turns into a heap of ash, you are told to head back to the antechamber and wait there. You comply without a word. Morning comes at last, and you leave the mages to talk it over, while you recline on the large cushions piled up in the antechamber. The sorceress joins you there shortly. The expression on her handsome face is an amalgamation of exhaustion, frustration, and coldness. You are very tired yourself. It appears that the source of the curse is an artifact that I retrieved from a tomb down south, she says with difficulty after you sit down with her in the common room, clearly irritated by the memory. A necklace taken off a corpse in a sarcophagus, to be specific. I thought I was thorough with scrying the relic, but seems that I was not thorough enough. What's worse, I sold the thing not realizing what it does. The curse afflicts me because of the taking, and we cannot be sure whether it passes on to others in contact with the relic either. But even that would not change the fact that the only way to banish the demonic stain is to find the artifact and dispel the curse. You ask Nadir who she sold the necklace. A man in Torzag's shelter, a collector of magic items and rare relics. He goes by the name of Pardar. Nadir looks you in the eye, and you can feel the might of her willpower behind those cruel eyes. I have to track him down, Vagrus, else I'll never be free of this curse. You have a heading. What's 6 insight? You find a small drug den, tucked away in an alley in the worst part of town. Upon entering, you're greeted by a half-elf with a sleazy smile and the powerful smell of bogweed surrounding him. Welcome, Vagrus. How can we be of service? The place looks well frequented, judging by the dozen or so customers lying on sofas, tripping like there's no tomorrow. Try something more potent? Nah. Means we can sell jade now. Means we can sell oil now, but oil doesn't sell very well here. Flavo crystals sell well here. A couple of chitin, get rid of that. Buy a stack of timber. Because I don't know if they want like a finite amount of timber. That might be the case. And if so. But we need to buy pottery now. Let's sell the hide and get some pot. So now we're going to Larnak. We're looking pretty bad on fighters. We have too many slaves, by far. That should be good. Conquer near Larnak. Let's take that one. Then we go to the temples, and we get a blessing of Ashcool. Of unbinding, just to be safe. Because it might be ghosts again, and if you don't have that, you just can't fight them. All right. Do you really have to go around here? Yeah, it looks like that. You can't go down here. Oh, we're broken. Didn't realize. Someone stole linen and copper. Oh, that's bad. Stop being sad. Should have hunted. I feel like paying double is actually worth it because it's actually cheaper. Kind of. Like, as long as you can just keep moving without your morale, like, imploding on itself, I think it's just better. Because it eats up less food, and you move twice as far. So, paying, like, as long as you move twice as far, paying double is actually not, like, you're not actually paying double. So it just doesn't really matter. Oil, bad prices here. Bronze, actually good price here. Copper, not great. Iron, bad. Buy some bright kelp. Sell the linen. Went to chitin. Bright kelp, oil, chitin. They only have 22 luxury wine. Do they have any salt? No. Alright. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Might be worth it just to get a free slot here. Maybe another stack of Bright Cup. Go to the Petals of Dusk to retrieve Therulian, who they call the Cold One. Although Latibrium was the one to send you here, Garrick knows the place too, so you find it in a matter of minutes. The dope house called the Petals of Dusk is in the middle of one of the more hidden little squares in the fields. The standalone building is hewn from some kind of a milky non-opaque crystal, and shaped like the pseudanthium of a desert flower. One of its petals was peeled down, and the hole behind it now serves as an entrance. Although there is no visible contraption anywhere, your entry is greeted by a ringing of bells. You find yourself in a spacious room filled with statues, taxidermied creatures of various sizes, and assortments of sitting pillows. The owner greets you, but her expression becomes fearful when you mention Therulian's name, and that he's waiting for you. He's here in one of the chambers, she says hastily. You walk to the curtained room and step inside, followed by Garrick. Don't touch anything, a chill voice says. You spot a figure sitting in a chair with the mouthpiece of a hookah in his hand. It's a dark elf with long flowing hair. He doesn't have long flowing hair. Undoubtedly Therulian, the Cold One, the adept of shadow magic whom Latibrium asked you to recruit. What a pompous arse the vermin Latibrium set us up with, Garrick mutters. You walk to the counter. The dark elf looks up. I begin to suspect you're not here by chance. What is it that you want? As he speaks, the shadows seem to darken in the dingy room somehow. Tell him about Latibrium's plan. You tell Therulian that Latibrium sent you, and are about to outline the plan, but he breaks his sullen silence. Don't bother, I know all about the plan. He puts down the hookah's mouthpiece. It's high time that Latibrium sent someone to pick me up. I was beginning to think that this plan of his went up in smoke. So, his inhuman cold eyes size you up. You're the teamster he has transporting people for him. You tell the Dark Elf that you're the partner of Latibrium. Given your occupation as a Vagrus, you're gathering the specialists for the caper. Certainly, he tells you with a smile that betrays his arrogance. Oi, pointy ear, Garrick says with bile. Get your wee ass moving. We haven't got all day. And who do we have here? The Dark Elf asks him. Another partner? You'll be fucking astonished to learn that I am. The dwarf crosses his arms. It's beginning to get a bit too crowded in this caper for my liking, Therulian announces with cold disdain. You ask him if he's in, or will you have to do the heist without him? There's a moment of tense silence, and the small chamber darkens considerably. I am impressed, the Dark Elf says with a smile. The shadows relax, and light returns to the room. I truly am. Not a lot of people can stand up for themselves like you. Now that I've seen who I'll be working with, I'm ready to accompany you. Take me to that leech, Latibrium. Joined by the Dark Elf, you leave the Petals of Dusk, although you can see that Garrick is not very appreciative of his cooperation. Nevertheless, you return to the Mancho together. Therulian the Cold One joins your comitatus. We have 10 insight. Do we get one more resourcefulness again? And I have 6. That's huge. I'm gonna do that. I do need to level up my guys too. Just so we can get better damage spells. Like, Nadir especially. Level 3 Flame Toss is an AoE, apparently. So, having that is massive. Conflagration is also an AoE. This one is 4. Domination. That one just stuns. Minus 30 accuracy. Summon Servant. I assume the Servant just becomes stronger. Yeah, Vitality 7. It only shows me the... no, Vitality 5. Yeah, it gets stronger. But, I don't know if I want that. Is there anything else we've missed here? I do want him to have more power, though. Like, he only has 3, which means we can only knife throw once. Which means that knife throw is also kind of like a waste to even level up. Here, the darkness within. Here he can get vitality, power, all resistance. Rifta. Nothing too interesting. Harvek. Ukrishank. Precise. Ignores all evade. Big boot. Push. Overpowering. Ignores block. Minus accuracy. Stun. Garrick. This is nice. 40% crit on that. And this, if you level up Gas Bomb to 3, it does poison damage. Like, it already does 1 to 2, but here it does 2 damage, and it also does an additional 3 poison damage, but one damage per round. And right now, Gas Bomb is actually his best skill. As long as there are 3 targets, right, that all can take damage from poison. Because it does 3 to 6 damage, right? And it also has all these, minus 20 accuracy, evade, block is really, really good. It's also accurate, ignores 20% of evade. So it's actually really good. And on top of that, you can use it twice per lock and load, while you can only use pistol shot once. So it's actually like really good for just spamming. The real question is, what does lock and load do? 6 power, 20 accuracy, cleanse, 25 accuracy, 6 crit. Yeah. The salvaged rune is just like... It could be good, it could be total ass. I wonder what the wiki says. Companions. Without reading any other names. Salvaged rune. It doesn't say. Garrick. Salvaged rune. Nobody knows. It's unfortunately... This game unfortunately doesn't have like almost any players, which means that there's almost no information online. So you can't find shit. And it's so harder to level them up. I do not want to level up the salvaged rune just to test it. That is not my calling. Not happening. Anyhow, we got that guy. Now... defend near Drusian Quarry. Is that the play? It's only 188 to encounters. That's free. But I think it wouldn't hurt to get some extra fighters for that. We might lose some. And yeah, I think that's it. Visit the Noonday Reader. My Vatrius Parns Fulsiumus Imperium. Vatrius Parn was a renowned scholar whose definitive work on the Fulsimius Imperium you now hold in your hand. Written several decades after the Triumvirate War, the collection of essays, as well as historical and theological analyses, detail most things related to the pillars of the Empire. A section is dedicated to each religious order of the three. Ordis Negras Solis, the Knights of the Black Sun. The Nosferatis Sisterhood, a clandestine coven of depraved spellcasters, and Atermanis, a secretive clan of assassins. Good night, Zurkal. Thanks for hanging. You learn a thing or two. Atermanis. The Atermanis worships Val-Urkal and Sergorod in equal measures. Atermanis, Dark Hand in Imperial, is an assassin's guild as well as one of the Imperial religious orders called the Pillars of the Empire. Fulsimius Imperium. It is an extremely secretive organization, one that has been the most hidden from the public eye, and rightly so. The spies and assassins are trained and employed by Atermanis in clandestine operations throughout the realms, but their identity is always kept from outsiders. However, the existence and purpose of the order are well known among the people, and many mysterious killings or disappearances have been attributed to them during the Fourth Age, usually without any sort of evidence, and yet common citizens could never hire the agents of Atermanis, as that is the privilege of only the most powerful servants of the Empire, like the 12, certain senators, heads of churches, or prominent noble dynasties. The order and its actions are sanctioned by the highest authority, the Emperor himself, even though he had long been in stasis by the time of the founding of Atermanis. Thus, state and church assassinations are dutifully performed by the order, including those against enemies during wars, but some claim to know that the richest aristocrats and trading houses can also hire their services. The Atermanis worships Val-Urkal and Sergorod in equal measure. Okay. It's just one of those things like this. Is that can you join that? Nosferatis Sisterhood. You learn a thing or two. Let's order a book. Untalk. Sargot Kala, Daj Maha, Tark. I don't know what Sargot Kala is. Let's take that one. Now, let's take this one. Imperial Fortresses. need Beast Lore 1. Bestiaris Imperium. Religion 1. Religion 1. Savvy 5. Triumvirat Divinis. One of the most fundamental holy books of the official imperial religion. This small booklet speaks extensively of the three gods of the empire. Sergorod, the Raging One, Ashkul, King of the Underworld, and Bal-Urkal, the Prince of Charm. You get a great image of the three deities, as well as their churches and followers, by reading it attentively. Purchase Saints and Demigods. Saints and Demigods has become a popular guidebook to the many lesser deities and proxies of the imperial region. Most of them represent an aspect of the triumvirate or a facet of the new lost elder gods, and the large majority of the empire's population sacrifices to them every now and then. Some were mortals before ascending to their current status. The first volume includes Irophons, Saint of Rhodes, Old Hand Marcus, a deified soldier, Mersatus, the revered deity of commerce, and the emperor himself, who has achieved the status of a demigod after protecting the Hearthlands during the Calamity. Bestiaris Imperium. Bestiaris Imperium is the most famous written bestiary, even though few have been lucky or persistent enough to collect all the numerous volumes that have been published and republished throughout the centuries of the Fourth Age. This volume includes entries about the Jakra, the Dust Moaner, and the Mokoru, amongst others. Plenty of things to learn, for sure. So now we need Savvy 5, Alchemy 2, Herb Lore 2. Herb Lore, yeah. Those are harder to get. While browsing wares and looking for hidden gems at a crowded marketplace, you see a little girl in the crowd who is walking around looking lost. She may be a local urchin or somebody might have lost their child. Walk up to her and ask if she is lost. You walk up to the girl, doing your best not to appear threatening. She must be around 10 years old. Her face and torn clothes are dirty, her hair a mess. She is clutching a ragdoll while staring up at you with wide, fearful eyes. You ask her what she is doing here all on her own, and if she is lost. At first, the child does not answer. Unsure whether you can be trusted, you do your best to ease her suspicions by asking her name. She reluctantly tells you that she is called Shamsi, and after a while she finally opens up. Indeed, becomes surprisingly talkative. Yes, she stammers. Yes, I'm lost. And that's not something new. I've been on my own for, I don't know for how long. In the beginning I counted the days, but lost track, since my uncle went away. Can you help me find him? Ask her where her uncle is. They all lost. Everybody hated that. He went to the Mines of Plenty for work, Shamsi explains. At least that was where we were going. We came here on the way to trade, and we were only going to stay for a couple of days, then continue onwards towards the mines. But then one morning I went out to the market to run some errands, and when I returned to our tavern he was gone. Just gone. You ask her how that is possible. I'm sure Uncle Hashak didn't want to leave me here, she says with a sad face. But the innkeeper told me that there had been a fight with some ruffians and my uncle got stabbed, or something like that. His friends were so busy trying to get him out that they forgot about me. Maybe they were chased out of town. I don't know why he didn't come back for me. I hope he's still alive. Since then I've been living on the streets. Good thing the merchants here always have some errands to run, so I at least could work for food. On most days. but I don't want to be here anymore. You travel a lot, don't you? Please, please, could you take me to the Mines of Plenty? I can work on the way there, and I promise not to eat too much. Going to the Mines of Plenty means that she's going to become a slave. Is that really what we want to do? I mean, at least she would have some place to stay, right? Being a slave is alright. So bad. Perhaps. Do I take her to the Mines of Plenty, or take her to someone in town who can help her? I'm gonna take her to someone in town who can help her. The child does not seem too happy about your decision, but does not complain either. If you think that's best, she says disappointedly, where do you want to take her? Local authorities, the priest of the Church of Ashkul, or one of the local collegia? I think these are like mostly bad options. The collegia is like, okay, she's just gonna become like a sex slave or something. Priests of the Church of Ashkul might be like the most reasonable option here. Local authorities, like I wouldn't expect the authorities to give a shit about this. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna take her to the church. Telling Shamsi to follow, you prepare to leave the market. The crowd is quite large, so it takes some effort to push through it and reach the streets. You begin to explain to the girl how you believe that this is a much better solution than taking her on a hazardous journey, but as you turn around to hear her answer, you find that she is gone. You go back to the market and start looking for her, even stand around shouting her name for minutes. She is nowhere to be found, which is strange. Surely she would have waited for you if you got separated in the crowd, or could this have been a scam of some sort? Anyhow, the girl is gone. Alright, whatever. Turn in sandworm trophies. Oh shit. Have a lot of those. Turn in outlaw trophies. Right. Does this guy want anything? Not really. Ask him about the sandworm situation. Nope, he doesn't really have anything new to say. Want to have one of these. Small energy crystal, just so that we have it. Pristine trophy. Jade statuette. Arcane text. Crystal lamp. Report what happened at the Vigilus Tower. You meet the priestess at the back of the inner sanctum. She's eagerly awaiting your report. Tell her that you successfully persuaded Caelus Alartius to leave the army. I knew that you were the right person for the task at hand. The priestess's smile is the most genuine you have ever seen her. I commend you for your persuasiveness, dear Vagrus. Young Caelus will now leave the Imperial army and take a different path, one that will lead to his rise. She looks you in the eye and turns serious. Have no doubt, you did the right thing, and you shall be rewarded accordingly. She has her slave give you a couple of silver coins and a beautiful blood-red gem. One rare jewel. That was it? Right. See here, I can get a blessing. Okay, I'm more persuasive now. Right? For 5, no. It doesn't, what? Huh? Okay, there. I have +1 con, persuasion, and charismatic for 8 days. When is that useful? Like, literally never. This is never worth using. The only time I think this could potentially have ever been useful was during the auction event. That's it. Otherwise, these blessings are so ass that they're not even worth thinking about. Like 99.9% of the time. I don't really know what the idea is with them. It's like only for very, 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 very specific things. They could last for like 30 days and they would still not be like very good at all, I think. So. Are we done? I think so. So, we go here, then Mirage. The liberated tribe finds cover and prepares. Enslave them. Alright, sure. Reconnaissance. Wedge formation. Skirmish. Critical success margin. Critical fail margin. This one isn't worth doing. Insult does the same, pretty much. Insult increases grit, though. So it's not only a good thing. Flank. -10 grit. I think flank is probably one of the best ones. I like the one that just protects my guys, though, but I don't think you can do that one when you're attacking. They're fleeing. Intercept. Minus 30 flee. Yeah, fuck you. Come back here. Do I just conscript these guys? I have 3 wounded soldiers here. Maybe that's better. Minus morale isn't that big of a deal. 10 slaves. Here's another one. Damn. These guys are big. Concentrated defense. Yeah, this is the player ward one. Let's use that one. It's just annoying to lose slaves and stuff. Now, these guys, I think we should just turn into slaves. Alright, we finished. Now, let's see here. Yeah, that's it. The rest of this stuff is just garbage. Some ivory. So now we head to Mirage. Okay, we didn't have anything they want. We're going to Lumen, we're going to Lumen. Conspiring slaves. Hey, you guys want some slaves? Why can I carry so much? I only have 20 slaves. I'm really surprised. I don't know. And we're not really selling anything here We can sell the ivory and the beer mushrooms. What about iron? 8.4. Not a very good price, but we can sell a few. And copper, 2.2. It's better in crystal. But we should buy dried fruit here. And one more supply stack here. And more supplies after that, after we rest. Let's giga eat. Big eats day. That way we can just buy more supplies. Not a good price. Okay, we have to finish the whole quest. Alright, we're done in Mirage. I was literally just thinking, I have never been ambushed. And there we go. And of course, it's huge. Plus 20 chase, minus 15 grit. Did they take a slave? Yeah, they took a slave. Is there no, there's no button to just take something. Fortunate. Right, so it's right here somewhere. There we go. 12 fighters. I only have 12. No. How many guys do I have? Well, it wasn't that big of an encounter anyway, so let's just do that. Also, maybe we shouldn't keep eating double. It was cute while it lasted. The Enforcers of the Loaders Guild. Oh no, I didn't want to fight Loaders. But sure. For the Carpenters Guild, we'll fight the Loaders. They died. Like one guy survived. These guys have a lot more grit. They have a leader. Ah, no, they fled. Never mind. Other leader. Killed everyone, in fact. Took nobody prisoner. Oh well. Back to Crystal, or up to Crystal. We can get there this turn. Not that way. Nope. Not that way. Yeah, no, we can't. I just hope this is actually worth it. I just don't know. I feel like this is supposed to lead to something, but... Here's some marble. 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 Timber. Timber. Alright. I just want infinity stuff. Protected harnesses. What if we order slave cages for 4 bone? What was I thinking? Can't remember. Oh yeah, harnesses. Protective harness. What the fuck was that? Yeah, it's what I have already. What I have. Luxury wine prices are kind of bad here. Seem to be better everywhere else. Right. I believe that's about it then. Then we go to Lumen. Red kelp, chitin, oil. Yes, we go past Drusian. Oh, not Drusian, the tower. We hand in those. I think in Drusian there's nothing. That's linen and grain. Iron weapons. I did actually order iron weapons to hand in there. And we could like hand in rare weapon there, but we'll do that next time when we have the iron weapon to hand in. Port of Iridium. Sell bright kelp. Sell oil. Sell chitin. Nothing there. I actually have 1 day's worth of food. So we might actually have to march. Help! Alright, Candake's request. Hand over what you brought her. Well, isn't that nice? Candake smiles. We're actually making progress. Thank you, dearest Vagrus. Keep up the good work. Speaking of which. Ready to take the next step? She asks. You nod. The things I need now are rather important for the expedition, Candake says. Of course, they can be replaced with other goods, and the procedures I want to use them for can be circumvented if need be. But still, I'd be much happier if you could just bring the right materials, which are dragonbone and pottery. After thinking for a few moments, she adds, well, admittedly, the pottery part is not that important, but still. More pottery. Alright, well, the dragonbone is easy. You just go to Devon. And then that's that. Prices are actually kind of bad here. I think I actually made a mistake selling most things there. But it's not that big of a deal. Lines of plenty, yep. Deliver to Torzag. Defend. Procure for Devon. Defend near Ventulium. Procure to Torzag. Alright, yeah, I think that's gonna be it. All the other quests are in like weird places. This one we could maybe take, but it's 47 days, so sure, we could take this one. This one is actually really hard though. Faction opponent abolitionists. See, it says risks, and that to me means that you can lose rep with the abolitionists, which to me means that there might be interactions with them. I hope. That would be cool. I'm gonna take that one. Even though it's a little fucky, but let's take that one. And here you buy ceruleum. I need to buy supplies actually. Play a game of Dux Bellum. Actually, let's rest. That way today, I actually have even better chance of succeeding on that BS. Ooh, I fail. Oh, it was an 86, you fucker. I hate this guy. Right. I do need to go down to Vagrus. Vagrus Quarry is a huge hole bored into the steep side of Sergorod's blade. It is large enough to house a veritable city in the middle, while slaves mine for ore ferociously on the southern side. The forum is a site of commerce, made of beautiful red marble, yet covered in so much grey dust that the original color is barely visible, even though a flock of slaves cleans the place ceaselessly. The banners of House Darius fly on pillars, frontispieces and battlements. I feel like I have been here, but maybe not. A household slave with a posh accent greets you and asks you to meet his master, the esteemed tribune Julius Claudius Faustinianus, at his symposium. No, I haven't met this guy. It turns out that a symposium is a party during the daytime. There's some watered wine and little bits of food, which you think are there so that people do something with their mouths rather than to sating hunger. The flutist slave girls try to play as quietly as possible, while still being audible. Julius Claudius Faustinianus might be 20 years old, not more, shockingly young to be a tribune. He walks around, introduces people to each other, and acts as a social yeast in this portion of dough made of imperial citizens. He spots you and positively glows. Smiling, he grabs your wrist and shakes it. "Oh, highly esteemed Vagrus, I am so happy that you were able to join us. Please let me show you around and let us talk about business. The more profitable, the better. Wine? Or would you prefer something else? You believe that this man wants something from you. Young Julius Claudius explains his position. I am a friend of House Darius. One of my goals while I live and work in this area is to improve the efficiency of the mining operations here. Now it might not look like so, but the Vagrus quarry is not quite profitable. Compared to its size, and especially the operation costs, it significantly underproduces compared to, for example, the Drusian quarry. Now, I had a survey done not long ago, and the specialists all adhered to their statement that the composition of the ground here is the same as in the Drusian, still rich in obsidian. So we're doing something wrong here. Are you with me on that logic? You assure him you are. It's not that complicated. So we need someone who is a free agent to have a look around Drusian quarry and figure out their secret. How do they find and extract that much obsidian? The answer to this question would mean a lot to me, and my friends from House Darius would pay handsomely. I talk about material compensation, of course, valuable stock. I would like you to look and ask around the Drusian quarry about their techniques and ways to mine. According to your reputation, you are the perfect agent for the job. My friend will show you around here and tell you all about the operation in Vagrus, so you will have a good basis for comparison. A tipsy, mustachioed man smiles at you. Hello, Spider Pig. Welcome home. Ask him about compensation. Oh, yes, this is a private undertaking of myself, you see. The superintendent here thinks that it is natural that the yield is so low here. I plan to prove him otherwise. Now, I will give you half a brass for any piece of information you discover. This might not sound much, but you will also receive 1/10 of the increase in production for a month when we adopt the ideas you share with us. If you give us good advice, you will receive cartfuls of obsidian. Are you interested in this offer? Sure. Excellent. And just so you know, time is not an issue. We plan for the long term here. Thank you, and have a look around with my good friend. You get a cup of wine and a thorough lecture about the inner workings of the quarry. In the end, you walk away with a bit of a headache, and feeling like you owe something to the Tribune, although it was him who hired you. The man is somebody to watch. Okie doke. What about the metals? Not in demand. Nothing is in demand here. Yeah. This is not a great place to really do anything. The Crimson Gate. Yep, they can come with us there. All right. Oh! Oh, come on. These guys are fucking dangerous. What the hell? Eliminate leaders. All right. Let's try to kill their leaders. Holy fuck. Wasn't entirely expecting that. A necromancer. Can you kick this guy? Fuck yes. Oh, well, whatever. Ah, he's dead. He's dead. Now, here, it's a little bit funky here. Because I actually think that these guys are immune to the poison, so there's actually no reason to use the gas bomb, because they can't, they're immune. It's weird because some, like when you do 0 damage with the gas bomb, you can still apply the debuff, but these guys are immune to poison damage because they just have 100% resistance. And then I think the gas bomb never works then, so I don't know if it, like, the gas bomb debuff is like a poison damage debuff or whatever, so that if you have, like, let's say you have 25% resistance, that you have like a 25% chance to resist the accuracy evade block debuff. I don't know. Might be the case. Kind of feels like that's the case. Projectile vomit. He's dead. And he was the main guy I really wanted to kill here, because he was the leader. This guy is dead. Let's start attacking the big guys. Ah, he's dead. Oh, crit 8, fuck. Oof. But yeah, he can't do damage to these guys. I'm pretty sure that guy's dead now. No, he actually has 1 HP left. Alright, let's try to finish him off. There. Kill him. Doesn't it end now? I'm surprised that there's so many turns here. See, I think for me, one of the main things that's missing here is like unit synergy. At best, you'll like mark targets so that there's like a minus 20% dodge chance on an enemy, and it's just kind of like, it's not really that interesting. But it's whatever. None of the combat systems are particularly good, but they work. They both work. Holy fuck, they took my fucking beast. That's no good. Oh. Yeah. I have to leave this behind, I think. Seems like it. Hello, guards. We're back home in Torzag. So what is worth selling here? Flavio crystals are not really that good here, but it's not terrible. Iron is not good at all. Dried fruit. It's not great, but sure. Bright kelp. Fine. Ceruleus crystals are not worth selling. Alright. These things, not worth selling. Buy some scrap metal. Let's buy a new beast of burden. Mines of plenty. What does one buy here? I never remember. We're going... Well, before we buy anything, let's check this, right? We are going to... Mines of plenty. That's it. So do we go to... We could go to Arkan. Arkan is like really, really fast. It's always really easy to go to Arkan. Takes 2 days. Or 3 max. Probably 3. It's gonna be pottery. And I did need a bunch of pottery. What was it? It was pottery and a dragon skull. Yeah. Pottery and dragon skull. This is like, I think this might be the cheapest place to buy medical supplies. Let's just buy like 100. Oh. Oh, what was that? Inquire who else works on the plants. The superintendent raises an eyebrow. You know your herbs well, it seems. Indeed, someone's here who has been at work performing sublimation, crossing strains, experimenting with the local fauna. She lives in the confines of the garden, but it can be difficult to find her hut. No paths lead there. What? You thought it was me who did the work? You overestimate my abilities. He tells you where to find the herbalist and says if you're respectful, she'll deal with you. Okay. Ask him if he keeps some Aran's bells. Unfortunately, no, though I wouldn't give up on the gardens entirely. Perhaps the superintendent ponders something before carrying on. You could look around some more, find someone who does have some of the plants. His mysterious smile baffles you, but he does not wish to divulge anything else. Ask him if he keeps some wraith grass. You'll not find that here, I'm afraid, he says, stroking his chin. As to why, well, let's just say that it's a highly invasive species, and I took exception to that behavior. But I know for certain that dark elves like to cultivate the weed for unsavory use. Should you come across a settlement or colony of their cruel kin, perhaps they could supply you. Okay. Visit the herbalist's hut. The herbalist's hut is in the middle of a thicket off the beaten paths of the gardens. Flowers, fruit, vegetables, and weeds are grown in small fields around it. Blue-hued crystal lamps provide a gentle light that reminds you of a starry night. The herbalist is a quiet woman in her 30s, wants no talk, but is willing to do business with you. Buy something the herbalist is selling. You walk the paths between the small fields of the clearing, looking at the small garden, then examine the dried plants hanging off the roof of her porch. The herbalist watches you silently, but answers any and all questions you have, albeit in short sentences. Oh, she's even cheaper, I think. She has some fresh stalks of Aran's bell. Purchase enough for Vorax's challenge. The herbalist keeps the plants in a small flower garden behind her shack. She would be willing to harvest a few stalks of Aran's bell for the right price. Vorax could then dry the jug-like flowers and grind them into the spice he needs. Thank you. She buys bright kelp, 2 bright kelp, and this is just annoying. I sold her an antidote and then I bought an antidote. Buy up their scrap metal. I'm actually capped. This would be based... Find the shop of Pardar, collector of curios. Naturally, Nadir knows where to find the shop. She has been there before. The sorceress leads you to a narrow alley. Pardar's shop of curiosities can be found at the end of this alley, far off the main forums. Its door and single window are shut and there are padlocks on them. Nadir walks up to the door and knocks on it with her staff. There is no reply, so she knocks again impatiently. Still nothing. As she knocks, rather bangs for the third time, the window of a neighboring house opens, and an elderly woman sticks out her head. "No need for all that ruckus," she croaks. "The merchant's gone." "What do you mean, gone?" Nadir asks her in an irritated tone. "Precisely that. Gone. Went missing. Disappeared a few weeks ago. After a while, some guards and scribes came to shut down the store for good. There was an auction. Most of Pardar's wares were sold to folk that can afford such things. The bastards. The house has been empty ever since. Now if you would kindly cut out that demonic noise. Thank you very much." With that, she slinks back into her home and closes the window. "Unbelievable," Nadir mutters. "But no time. I am still taking a look." She glances around quickly, making sure no one is watching, then touches the padlock and whispers a spell. The lock springs open and the sorceress steps inside boldly. You follow her. Inside it is dark and the air is stale. The few beams of light that manage it through the window panes. The few beams of light that manage it through the window panes cracks reveal that the interior is covered by thick layers of dust. "Let's investigate," Nadir says and casts yet another spell. A tiny heatless orb of flames appears that follow her around, providing ample light for her meddling. The store is indeed almost completely empty, except for a few shelves with nothing on them, and a few heaps of unremarkable everyday items here and there. Still, Nadir examines everything meticulously, even though her frustration grows visibly by the minute. "There must be something here," she insists, grinding her teeth. "Aha! There!" At the back of the store, a small room that must have been Pardar's office. The light of her floating orb reveals a badly concealed hidden compartment in the wall. The sorceress opens it and, reaching inside, produces 2 leather-bound books. She skims through the first one. "A business ledger," she murmurs. "What I seek must be somewhere at the end. Ah, yes, there it is. One necklace with a medallion, size and material, features and such. That's it. According to this, Pardar didn't sell it, which is unfortunate, for in that case it was sold during the auction and we will have to endure the tortures of imperial bureaucracy to find out the buyer's name. But let's see this other book. More of a personal journal, if I'm not mistaken. Once again, best to start at the end. I have no interest in learning how pleasant or unpleasant the good Pardar's morning stool was half a year ago." She begins to read the diary. After a few minutes, she raises one eyebrow. "Now this is interesting," she says quietly. It appears that during the last few weeks before the journal cuts off, I assume that's around the same time when he disappeared, Pardar was suffering from a severe case of paranoia. He rambles about shadowy figures following him, strange sounds, and the occasional odd growls in the night. Here, look, his handwriting had become shaky, and then, oh good, very good, I love this. Then he mentions smelling sulfur and seeing glowing eyes that were watching him from the darkness. You ask her why she's so delighted about such disquieting reports. She smiles cruelly. "Because, dearest Vagrus, this is precisely how this curse manifests initially. I should know, which means that we're on the right track after all. But wait, there is more, specifically about the necklace." You urge Nadir to continue. Apparently, someone wanted to buy the necklace from him, a wraith called Wade. Alas, Pardar turned him down for he didn't have enough coins. And here's where it really gets good. The very same night, the little bugger tried to steal the trinket, with the help of his cronies. Almost as if he were compelled to possess the damn thing, wouldn't you say so? Anyway, Wade did not succeed, and things went downhill for Pardar. The last entry is rather comically dramatic. A few hastily written words about something in the house. Something large, and then it ends. One always wonders how people in grave danger always seem to find it important to consult their diary one final time, don't you think? You ask Nadir what she thinks of all of this. I think it is rather obvious, the sorceress says. We need to find this Wade fellow. Wraiths are known to be in the habit of thronging the Undercity here, so that's our destination for now. I suggest we bring more than a few coins. Something tells me that there will have there we will have some bribing to do. You leave the shop and return to the mansion for now. Try to find out where the wraith called Wade is. Try to get the wraiths to talk. Persuasion 10. You start to stroll around, addressing the few wraiths who do not hurry away as soon as you start to approach them. Even these are mistrusting and inimical. No surprise there. Nadir was wise when suggesting to bring a lot of coins, and since you have no rotting meat on you, these will have to suffice to loosen their tongues. A lot of meat, yes. 6 coins. It actually costs 3 broths, if you're shit, but for me it's only 6 lurg. After placing the right amount of coins into the right pale paws, you receive tidbits of information that, when pieced together, reveal that Wade and his gang of cronies live in the northeastern sewers under the street that goes by the poetic name of Beggar's Rot. Ah, sewers, Nadir frowns with a disdain. I had hopes that such a venture could be avoided, but such is our luck, it would appear. I hate to admit, but we must descend there if we want to learn the fate of the necklace. It seems it cannot be helped, indeed. Descend into the northeastern sewers to find Wade and his cronies. If you want to explore the sewers beneath Beggar's Rot, you will have to prepare carefully. The canals and tunnels are not friendly environment, especially because you're looking for a turf of a wraith gang. Nadir, however, has no such worries. The sorceress is restless and wants to get this ordeal over with as soon as possible. After assembling a team, you seek out Beggar's Rot Street, which can be found in an almost completely abandoned neighborhood. A few scrawny wraiths watch you furtively from the shadows as you find a sewer entrance. Down you go. 5. Well, if I can only have 5 party members, and Renkailon is a little bit wounded anyway, then maybe just going Vorax and putting down the pot is the best thing to do here. But oh, holy shit, Vorax is so trash. Oh, he could actually be kind of good. If you level up his vomit, it becomes AoE. That's actually pretty based. Two power. 3 power. Dead weight. +1. Oh, this one is free. You can use it and act on the same turn. But yeah. Skills are so expensive. Regurgitate costs 3. Which means that unless you actually do every corpse for himself, which gives him 3 power back on level 3. Right now it only gives 2. But it does say for 2 rounds, so I guess that would give him a total of 4. Then, yeah. But yeah, we don't have enough insight for him to be level 3. For that he needs Prowess 3, Dexterous, and Perceptive. And that would be doable. I think that would be doable on a level 3. Then he wouldn't be ass. I mean, he still probably would because there's enemies are strong against him constantly. But he does have a lot of HP. And giving him, like, Die Hard would be good. Or these, just bonus Vitality. Giving him block. Could give. Oh, he can get even more region. Thick skull. Alright.